stream time. Let's go. It's time for stream. Yes, let's do this. All right. I'm gonna go to the YouTube dashboard, set up the stream really quick. All right. We're gonna go ahead, edit playlists. We're going to throw this in the cool playlist, the stream archive, and the Skeletower archive. Then I'm gonna go ahead and do this. Oh, I just realized I didn't open up Discord. Let me go ahead and set this to away really quickly. Open up Discord. Make sure it opens in the right place. It does not. So we're going to go ahead and do that. Now I'm good. We can go back to programming. Now I'm going to go ahead and I need to open up this so I can then share. Grab this. Copy link. Then we're going to go here to Discord. To stream notifications so I can let all the cool people on the notification squad know. Oh boy, another one. That's the message I'm gonna say. All right, and the stream is set up. Let's go. Welcome everyone back to Skeletower. Last time we left off, we were doing cool stuff like making the respawn mechanic work. So now if you go ahead and die, while normally you go ahead and respawn, now if you hit a hazard, well, first of all, you do respawn normally if one of you is still alive. However, if both of you are dead, so one of you dies and then everyone dies, then you go ahead and respawn from a grave. It's pretty cool. So first thing I want to do actually is I want to make it so the camera actually tweens over to the I want it to tween back over to the most recent grave, just so it looks normal. So what we're going to do is over here in camera, actually we don't need to make the camera tweenable, or do we? Well, right now the camera, how does it work? Let me go ahead and go into here, Unity. We're going to go ahead and put that there now. Should I close this? Yeah, I can. Because I'm not going to be updating that tonight, most likely. The graves are going to be fine the way they are. So now what I can do is if I go into the camera, which is up here, main camera, it has universal additional camera data. Okay then. Camera movement though. Here we go. I can close this as well. This doesn't need to be this. Airless. There we go. That's what I want. So now what we need to do is, first of all, in fixed update, this is always going. So as such, I'm going to go ahead and have a activate and deactivate. And we can do this pretty easily. We can just have a public bool tracking. So yeah, public bool track. We'll set this to true normally. And once both players die, that's when we'll set it to false. If track, then it'll go ahead and do all this stuff. Else, I should just be able to just try tweening infinitely, and that should work. Actually, I can just set the tween there. So yeah, that's fine. So yeah, we'll just say this. If track, then do this, and then we can go here. First of all, we always have a public static game object main camera, so that's cool. And then start, yeah, that's set. Well, hello there, Travis. Glad you could make it. Thank you for joining us. First thing that we're doing is we're making it so when you die, the camera automatically pans back to the first grave. So one thing I also have to think about is this goes ahead and says transform.position equals player 1, and then it goes ahead and moves it back. I think what I need to do to fix this is make this a target position. So we're actually going to make a new method where it's going to be called vector free, or public vector free, and we need to give it a target. I'm trying to think if I should go ahead and, I mean, this is translate. I want to pass in a target. So it should still calculate this target here, but then it should move this back here. So yeah. So we'll call this move camera back. And we're going to take in a position. So transform, no, just vector free. Dot, or no, just target. It doesn't return a value, that's why it's giving me this. This is transform.position. I mean, specifically translate. What do you think of your pixel art? I have not checked recently. Oh, I have to go specifically into YouTube. Why can't I do this? Why can't I just go ahead and why can't I click on your username and view your channel in YouTube Studio? Why do I have to specifically open up YouTube and then I can access it? It's just dumb. So we're going to have move camera back, and this is going to take in a target. So we're going to say target dot, or I guess plus, I guess I could say return target plus vector free back times camera distance multiplier math clamp. Why am I clamping this? Also, now you've your thing loaded up. I see the new enemy, the water enemy. I think it'd be a little bit funny if you gave the water enemy. Wait, this is, oh, this is Snotty. I guess like the snot is the legs. That's cute. All right. So here's how it's going to work. We go ahead and multiply this by camera distance multiplier, but then we need to also multiply this by clamp. Oh, wait. I see. So I also multiply it by the distance away your player is. Which I guess is fine, but I don't want that there. It's too good to give up? Yeah, I see what you mean. So right now I'm trying to figure out how am I going to... we'll just make it based off of a camera or a target. I guess I can just say this. Bool use player distance. So now what I can do is I mean, there's one major problem with this, and this is that I pass in a vector free here instead of passing in a transform. However, obviously I can't do a transform because of that. That is a dilemma. Do I like Sunky? It's a good design. I'm not sure how it'll translate into a tower defense game though. That's the only thing that might be difficult. So somehow I need to... You know what? I'm just going to make this a specific for getting the... You know, I'm going to make it static. There we go. Static. There we go. Get camera position from target object. There we go. Times camera distance multiplier. We can make this static. Let me see what the default value is right now. It is 1.5. Static equals 1.5 f. Remove that. And there we go. Now what I can do is I can say I should also go ahead and multiply this by minimum distance times min distance. Why can I not use minimum distance? Oh, because it's not static. Min camera distance. And of course it is going to yell at me. You know what, I'll just make both of these instantiated, or make them static as well. So right now it's 15 and 35. Obviously we can change these values later. Equals 15 f equals 35f. And now we can just make these both static. Static. There we go. And now we're good. Next, what we need to do is in our player controller, when we die, when player die, we do all this stuff, and we can immediately go ahead and say, for camera controls, we can say camera movement dot, I don't remember which variable I used for it. Camera movement, track. That's what I called it. Oh, it was just lying to me. I see. You see, it's trying to be a little bit of a troller. It's literally a public static variable. Why are you having trouble with this, you stupid idiot? Oh, it's not static. No wonder. Okay. Alright. That was my fault. So we go ahead and say .track equals false. because obviously you don't want to track anymore. And now we'll also say camera movement. Or actually, we can just say camera. Which we can do like this. Wait, do we? No. Movement. Dot main camera. We actually need to use this as a part of this. So we're going to say tween dot tween. And we're going to be tweening position. And we're going to be passing in the game object to tween is the camera. And then we're going to say the object to match. We don't actually have an object to match, so instead we're going to say camera object, camera movement, and we're going to say dot, and we're going to be calculating something, camera position. There we go. And then time to tween is going to be def time. Now this is actually going to be respawn time normal. At the end of respawn time normal, what happens? At the end of respawn time, it actually respawns the player. So that actually does respawn you. That's the end of it. So yeah, we can actually just say that. Boom. Obviously, we need to pass into a target position here. And for that, we can just say grave. And we can say dot current grave. And just like that, now it will tween. Why doesn't it like this? Oh, it needs to be a vector free, so we can just say dot position. Or dot transform dot position. And just like that, now it should work. Need to save all of these scripts though. So now when we go ahead and die, we should have the camera move back to our last grave in a nice little tween. And then once the camera's actually there, it'll go ahead and be all good and stuff. And then obviously we need to reactivate the camera. Also, I'm surprised the first default grave was the one down here. That's a little strange. Yeah, I don't know why that one is. Obviously, in the actual game, that's not going to matter because you can't die until you can actually die. And when you can die, you're going to be touching a grave before then. Something I'm going to do is whenever you enter a room, you're going to have a default grave that it sets it to. Like the actual room trigger will have a grave that it sets it to. So yeah, that's going to be fine. Anyway, so first of all, we need to go ahead and reactivate the camera now. So that's easy enough to do. All we have to do is this, down in respawn. When we go ahead and respawn the player. Down here, boom. Transform, yada, yada, yada. So we're also going to say camera movement dot track equals true now. So now it'll track your movements again. And after end wait, I'm actually going to add a little bit of force to each player. I'm going to say, yeah, I'm going to say player rigid body. I'm sure I have a variable called that, player rigid body. And this is going to happen after end wait. So we can say player rigid body dot add force. And we're going to be adding force. And just to double check, player rigid body is a 2D rigid body. It is. So we're going to be adding it into vector 2 dot up. And then we're going to be setting it to explosion force mode 2D dot impulse. There we go. Just so that way when you actually like exit the grave, you pop out of a grave. Similar to how in another game I made, Extremophile, after dying you actually respawn, and you do that by popping out of the ground because you're a little mushroom dude. Here you're going to pop out of a grave. So I want to give you a little bit of force when you do that. So let's say 10 for now. Let's test how that looks. Alright. 3 builds. So we go ahead and die. We fly back here and bam. Nothing. No pop. So end weight, player rigid body dot add force, vector 2 dot up, 10. Let's increase this a little bit. Just so you know, we can make sure it actually is importing the force. There could be some friction there, which is why it's happening this way. Alternatively, it could be because I'm not setting the rigid body to active or something like that. I don't know. So this is just going to be a quick little test to see which it is. Let's see. So we go ahead and hit that. It would appear that it was the former. Wait, what? Oh, it's because I'm actually falling faster than I can do that. So yeah, anyway, let's go ahead and first I'm going to go ahead and remove some of these zeros. Let's see what 100 looks like. Obviously, I don't want you to fly out of a grave crazily high. But, you know, maybe, you know, perhaps there's a chance that you could use this for some glitches or something. Or for some challenge runs. You know, whenever you respawn, you start in the air, which means you could, like, hit a wall or something. I don't know. Something to think about. Obviously, that's not, like, the required part of it. Like, that's a little too high, I think, for respawning. So we're going to go ahead and I think we'll decrease this to about, let's see what 50 looks like. Obviously, the amount of force that you get it's not like a linear curve, I don't think. At least not at the beginning, because of friction. Because you have to overcome initial, like, static friction from the ground, that's what the main problem is. Honestly, I might as well make it basically a jump. You know, I'm going to do that. I'm going to make it literally just a jump times jump force or whatever it is. Yeah, jump force. You just got a PC but the monitor doesn't work? It's not a very good PC even, is it? Gustavo Fring. Also, welcome to the stream. Glad you can make it. Thank you for joining us. Yeah, that works pretty well. Now, the grave position is actually here, so that's actually in the ground. It's a good PC, not a good monitor. Understandable. I mean, if it's a PC, can't you replace the monitor? Technically, I guess. Alright, so one thing I also want to add for the graves, a little detail that I've been thinking about is making a halo where you don't have an active grave. Like when you haven't touched it, giving it like a halo. So we're going to add a effect. It might actually be this. Particle effects? So we're going to do this. The particle system is going to be above this. So we're going to set the... First of all, we can go down here to render, I think. Pivot. No, that's not what I want. Not flip. Emission, maybe? No. Shape. There we go. That's what it is. So we can go ahead and rotate this on the X. That's position. So rotate that down so it's 90. We're also going to move this up on the Y. We can also decrease the cone of it. Yeah, we don't need a cone to be this big. That is the wrong... I thought that was radius, which is not what it is. So decrease the angle a little bit. Actually, we can keep the radius that large. We just need to... we'll set the radius to maybe 20. And then we're going to bring this down a little bit. Okay, yeah, that looks a lot better. That looks a lot more like what I want. So now what I need to do is I need to do also how long the things are alive. We need to change that. Start lifetime. That should not be 5. That should be more like 1. We can also change the maybe color. First of all, we probably should change this. Start color, we can change this to yellow. Also down in render mode billboard. I'm not going to use meshes. We don't need to. Material, we don't have a material. So we'll make one. We'll call it like Grave Halo. Create material Halo. Actually, I don't really need to do this. I can just add a light source. I can still leave this in, though. It's not like it hurts anything. So down here in material, we can go ahead and put in Grave Halo. Now we're just going to change this into, also, can I change the, like, shape of these particles? Instead of just using a, noise, size of a lifetime, force, lifetime emitter. Horizontal billboard? No. Like, stretched actually looks pretty good. I don't know how it actually knows, though. Okay, do not change that. Can I add alpha to this? I can. Can I have alpha? Doesn't look like it. There we go. Now in size, I actually think I'm going to do this. Start speed, we're going to decrease to 1, and we're going to set lifetime to 10. There we go. So now what we need to do is, I mean, I wish I could I wish I could choose a different material. Just make it so it doesn't have a color. If I set it to none, then it just doesn't work at all. I don't get what the purpose of the color is then. Why is there a start color? And where did it go? Oh, I'm down here now. Honestly, one thing that I could probably do is just make a map. Let me actually do that. Let me go ahead and open up GIMP. Do you have any ideas for your game or mine? Because I have plenty of ideas for my game. Alright, let's open up GIMP. We're just going to make a quick alpha map. That way we can tell which parts are supposed to be, you know, good and not. Obviously, that's way too much. We don't need it to be that much. How about 256 by 256? That should be plenty. I don't think I added an alpha channel. I probably didn't. There we go. Actually, bring this back. And now we're going to add in a second channel. Actually, that isn't even necessary. That's wrong. Alright, there we go. So let's go ahead and just draw. That's a gray color. I don't want gray. I want it to be black. And that was the pencil tool, not a brush tool. Let's increase our size. And yeah. That about sums up the lens flare. In fact, I'm going to shrink this. Divide it by 4. Scale. Then we're going to say image, canvas size, divide this by 4 as well. That's dividing it by 2. Divide by 4. Divide it by 2 now. We're at 64. Negative 128. Negative 64. Ah, there we go. So yeah, file, export as. Unity projects. Skeletower. We're gonna throw this in assets. Player. No. Gimmicks. And we're gonna call this Grave Halo Lens Flare. I'll call it Halo Alpha. Yours. Not really off the top of my head. Alright, so that's good. We can discard the changes now. So now we have this. Grave Halo Alpha texture. So now we can go here and we can say Alpha base map. I don't get how there's still like, you can still see this outside of it. There we go. We can actually turn on a mission. There we go. Intensity, we can bring this down a little bit. Oh wait, wrong thing. Intensity, turn that up. Alright, another thing that we can do is here in the grave here, we can turn this back to vertical or a regular billboard. There we go. Doesn't have as much fade as I want, but I think that's because I turned clipping on. Let's go back here. We can turn down the clipping a little bit. Oh, that's my issue. Okay. The reason it's having trouble is because of how I'm importing the texture. As you can see, it has all this stuff. Alpha is transparency. Visual. Wrap mode. Repeat. We're going to call this clamp. Filter mode. No filter. Apply. Compression, none. You know what, that works, sure. I just need to go ahead and turn down how visually existent they are. I guess I have to do that in the material. And that's from the emission, yeah. Intensity. Alright. So next thing that we're going to do is we're going to make it so the shape and whatnot change over time. So we're going to go over here to size over lifetime. Can I change this? Please? Please let me change. Please let me change this. No, that's not what I want. I want to be able to change the damn axes. So it either gives me random, it gives me random, or it gives me curve. But I can't actually change the damn curve. Oh wait. No. Oh wait, no, it's down here. Yeah, you have to pull this up. There we go. Also, I want to change the amount. Max particles, don't really care about that. Probably in mission. That's the particle system. Here's shape. Cone. Where's a mission? Alright, so what I wanted to do is I want to decrease the number of particles. Rate over time, here we go. If we go ahead and decrease this, yeah, it's a lot less. I'm also going to create a light. This is a sun. So we're actually going to not do that. We're going to add in a light spotlight. There we go. Reset this. Oh wait, we can probably just... Yeah, why do we need a spotlight? Delete that, and then just add a spotlight thing to this. Just cut out the middleman, you know? Add light. Actually, yeah, I'm just going to create a light here. And I'm going to take its light. I'm just going to steal it. Get stolen. Copy. Delete. And then paste component in. Get absolutely stolen, idiot. Shape. Um, okay, I can't actually move it. Never mind. Move component. Alright, alright. Also, I'm pretty sure I saw that this had, like... Yeah, why is play on awake? Let me apply this. I cannot apply it. Okay, never mind then. Oh. Alright, yeah, let's just add a light. Light, spotlight, reset position. So we're going to go ahead and rotate this on the X, 90. Then we're going to bring it up. We'll set this to 5. Decrease the range. Real time, inner spot angle. Is this actually curved? It is. Emission. I don't know what filter and temperature does. But for now, let's go ahead and try this. Let's see what this looks like for now. Also, welcome to the stream, Rosalina Fangirl. Glad you can make it. Thank you for joining us. A brain idea? Could be neat. Wait, is this how quickly my mouse moves? No, it's not. So, that did not do that. It would appear that the light needs more light. Or something. That ain't doing anything. So let's go back to grave. Let's take a look at the light. Rendering. Render mode. Auto. Culling mask. Which layers will be affected or excluded from the light? Everything should be affected, so yeah. Got shadows too. Are my skeletons actually casting shadows though? That's another question that I should be asking. Whoops. Did not mean to do that. Let me actually make sure I am casting shadows. Yeah, the actual skeletons are casting shadows. They look a little bit funky though. The reason most likely being that they are real-time shadows or something. But they are casting shadows. Alright, so let's go ahead and see if we can increase the amount of power this has. Intensity. Let's set this to 1000. Just to see what happens, you know? We come down here, we can see the spotlight on S1 too. That's a little too much, I think. Let's go ahead and decrease this to like 100. pretty good. Or still a little much, I think, actually. Let's turn it down to 10. See how that looks. You can't see that very well. So maybe 50. Let's see how that looks. I should probably also change the color to yellow. Nope, did not work. Let's also change the color to yellow now. Also, I want to try what this filter and temperature is. Let me increase this back to 100. This was too much, I'm pretty sure. Not really. I really want it like a halo effect. Let me try 100 here. Also, I can just increase this to 6. I don't like these weird numbers. Change that to 60. 70? See, it's not affecting the actual air like I want it to. Change that back to 1. And let's see if filter and temperature works. I don't think it will. Not really. Yeah, so we'll go back to color here. Also, I think this looks a little too bad. So I'm going to make that a lighter yellow. Let's see how this looks. Make it look more banana. Okay. I guess this is for mesh, the start color. Honestly, I don't think there's enough reason. Like, these don't look good. I'm going to remove the particle system for now, actually. I don't think it looks good. I'll just stick with a light for now, to let you know whenever you activate a checkpoint. One thing I'm going to do is I'm going to change grave. I'm going to make a light intensity. Yeah, light intensity thing, which goes over how intense the light is. So private, static, float, light, intensity. It is an S, right? I'm not being stupid. Yeah. Yeah. Equals 100.0F. There we go. And now we have light intensity. And now what we're going to say is we're also going to have a private game object. And we're going to call this light. We'll call it halo, actually. No, we'll call it light. Well, actually, we're just going to call it light. We're going to get a light from this. Light, light, and then at start, we're going to light equals get component in children. In children, and then get light. And yeah, now what we can do is we need to make a intensity. We need to make a tween for intensity. So here in tween types, we're going to add in light intensity. Light in 10. Light intensity. There we go. And now here in tweening objects, we can just add in a case tween type. Dot light intensity. And then we're going to say light intensity. Or we're going to say yeah, temp object dot game object. Wait, we have to pass in a game object to this thing, so that actually won't work. And we can do this anyway. Temp object dot game object dot get component light Wait, why is this complaining? Oh, I don't have a break. So now we're going to make a light equals this. And now we're going to say light equals object to match, or light dot intensity we need to say equals temp object dot start value and when we tween something normally you say tween type and then you have a vector free start value. Because all tween types are normally supposed to be they're normally all supposed to be vector frees. So we'll just use X. So start value dot X plus I mean, I guess there could be a temp object to match. Let's just copy this over for now. And we'll just change it to be light stuff. So now what we need to say is, if there is an object to match, then we're going to be getting object to match dot light so dot get component light dot intensity and else wait, what? Oh yeah, otherwise we're going to be getting tween value dot X and then temp object start value dot X and it's 1 minus start or time divided by start. Alright, so there we go. So now you should be able to use light. Oh, we can actually make it easier. Public, static, void, tween light, intensity. And then we're going to add in a light to tween. And then we're going to say game object which, yeah, I guess that could be that. But I'm just going to use value to tween two for now. Vector free. Or no. What am I saying? Float. Value to tween two. And then we're going to say float time to tween. And now we can just go ahead and augment these data types so that way they fit the mold. So we need to say tween value. Now normally when we use a vector free, we're going ahead and putting null in for the object. So first of all, we're going to say game object to tween. Tween equals light to tween dot game object. Yep. And then we're going to say vector free value to tween two equals vector free dot right times value to tween two value to tween two so I'm just going to say vector free because I already said that. I already have value to tween two. And then, yeah, that's fine. All right. So now we should be able to say we have game object to tween. Then we pass in the tween type. So tween type dot light intensity. Then our start value is going to be vector free to tween two. Wait, no. Our start value is so we're going to make a new vector free as well. Vector free start value. And we're going to, or we're going to say equals game object to tween. No. It equals light to tween. Light to tween dot intensity. And obviously this is a float, which is not correct. So we're going to say vector free dot right times. And there we go. So now we need to say start value, which is going to be start value now. And then we have value to tween two, which is going to be vector free to tween two. And then we have game object to match, which is going to be null. And then we have time to tween, which is going to be time to tween. There we go. And now we have light tweening in the game. So at start, first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to say if current grave equals null, which means there isn't already a current grave, we're going to immediately set light to light. Or we're also going to turn off the light. Light dot intensity equals light intensity. Or we're actually going to set it to 0. Sorry, we're going to do, we're going to have the other checkpoints have the light. Else, light intensity equals light intensity. Light dot intensity equals light intensity. I don't understand how Visual Studio doesn't know that that's what I need. I feel like this would be pretty obvious, but, you know, whatever. All right, so now what we need to do is on trigger, enter 2D. We're going to say, before we go ahead and make current grave the game object, we're going to say current grave, or we're going to say tween dot tween light intensity, and then we're going to pass in the light, which is going to be current grave dot light, which is not actually gettable. Private light get light, make that capital. So get light, return light, and it removed the thing that you wanted. There we go. So we're gonna say current grave dot get light. Oh, I made it private for some reason. Whoops. So we're gonna say dot get light. Bruh. Wait, is this a game object? It is. So we're gonna say current grave dot get component. No, actually we don't need to do that. Screw you. All we have to do is we just have to say dot get components in children. In children. And we just have to put in a light. Haha, get bamboozled, idiot. Whoops. Alright, we can do that. So we're passing in the light. Then we're going to have to pass in the value to tween 2, which is going to be 0.0f. And then we're going to have to pass in the time to tween, which is going to be, we actually do need a time. So we're going to go ahead and just make a private static float light fade time. And we're just going to set that to 0.5 for now. Just, you know, a basic half a second. So yeah, now what we're going to do is we're going to pass in light fade time. There we go. Why is this upset? Cannot convert from Unity Engine light. This says get components in children. Should just be get component. So now what I can say is after that, current grave equals game object. Now we can say light, or actually we can say tween again. Tween dot tween. Also, this should actually, this is the original grave. This should actually be turning the light back on, which means this is actually backwards. Wait. Wait, no. Light to tween 2, so yeah. This actually needs to be value to tween 2. This is turning the light back on, so light intensity. There we go. Tween. So tween, light intensity, current, grave, or no. Yeah, there's no reason to do that. We can just pass in light. And then we're going to go ahead and do light intensity. No, we're turning this light off, so we're actually setting this to 0.0 F. And then we're going to go ahead and time between is light fade time. Why is it asking me to put in another thing? It's over. Go home. Light is a type, which is not valid. Oh, I actually have to put in light. There we go. I was about to say that that was stupid, but no, that actually does make sense why it broke. Alright, now when we touch a grave, the light will go out, showing that it is turned off. Alright, so you can see that light's on, we touch it, and the light goes off. So we touch that light, and it turns off. We touch this one, and they change. Which almost works, except if you touch the other one, it turns back on. Which I guess makes sense. We can just say if current grave equals, if it already equals game object, yeah. Wait, what? No, that's fine. I was about to say that was wrong, but no, I'm right. So only do it when you do this. And yeah, now the graves will change light. So you can change the light on. Why is this still on? What did it do? If current grave... Oh, wait. Not equal game object. That's what it is. I'm dumb. We turn off that grave. That's now active. Then we can touch that grave to make that one active, etc., etc. And yeah, pretty cool. So now you can see which grave is active at any given time. Also, that's kind of funny. If you're in the wall when you die, all your bones go flying there. That's kind of cute. So we can activate that grave, then avoid activating this grave, and die. And the camera pops out right there. I feel like it's still a little bit too much force for hopping out of a grave. I think I'm going to divide it by 2 or something. Like, it would be one thing if you were really exiting the grave, but I don't know. It just doesn't feel right. So let's go back here to player controller. And we're going to say jump force divided by 2. I know it's technically a magic number because, oh, you're using jump force divided by 2, not just a actual variable, but screw you. It's close enough to an actual, to a regular number. You know, it's dependent on your jump force. Yeah, the little pop is a little better than the whole song and dance of the explosion. But yeah, now we have graves. That's pretty cool. I'm going to center this a little bit nicer. Obviously, in actual levels, I'm not going to have just loosey-goosey tile placements. I'm going to actually structure it out. How tall is our skeletons? 111, and our hitboxes are size 1-1. That doesn't make sense. No, it can't be. No, it's 1-2. Okay, so our size is 1-2. Cool. But yeah, let's just add another grave to the mix and see what happens. Z, that's going to be a 0. is grave 2. So we're going to go ahead and set this to 33, 34, 33.5. No, I'm setting this for 34. I'm just going to move the whole platform up to it. Screw you, you don't get to tell me what to do. $33, 34. Okay, now it's too high. What the hell? This is at 34, and it's this. Oh. No, that's fine. So when this is 1, it's fine. When this is a value, it's not. What the hell? Why is this equal when this one isn't? What? Huh? Oh, wait. I added this in more recently. That might be it. This is actually flush, and the other one wasn't. That would explain it. It's still stupid, though. Doesn't change that. Oh, no, it's at 1.5. This is offset by 0.5. So yeah, let's make sure that its third grade doesn't screw everything up. So we can go ahead and activate this grave. Go ahead and do that. We spawn here. Looks pretty good. We activate this grave now. Yo, open world Skeletower when? And of course, this one still works and everything. So yeah, pretty nice. What's next? I mean, we could start working on level 1. First of all, yeah, let's start working on level 1. Let's go ahead and rename this scene. So yeah, test scene's actually good. Never mind. So we're going to go ahead and create a scene. And we're going to call this main. Yeah, we'll just call it main. That's good. Now in main, should we just have one directional light? I guess every room is going to have its individual lighting. So no. We can delete this light. I guess we can start making levels in Blender. Or I guess the level models will be made in Blender. The actual levels will be done through a mesh renderer. So yeah, the first thing we're going to do is we're going to turn off this directional light. I think we're going to delete it. I mean, nah, we're not. We're just going to leave it. So this will be here normally. However, we won't really use it. So camera. See, I guess we need to delete this camera. Put in this camera. We can go ahead and take this light. I guess we can leave it here. Actually, I guess the first thing we're gonna do. Also, why is this? Why are there nulls? Because it's requesting the game object. And it doesn't exist. Player. If. Player controller. Dot player 1. And then we can say if player controller, player 2 controller. And then it can reassign those. So this just makes sure they exist first. So I guess we're gonna go ahead and make a 2D object, pixel perfect camera. What the hell? 3D object. Okay, this has actual things in it. Can I not make a tile? I guess not. Okay then. Let's go ahead and why is visual scripting here again? I thought I deleted this. Alright. Let's go down here. We're going to make a thing called levels. Create folder. We're going to call this level geometry. Alright, now what we're going to do is we're going to make a we're going to make a tile map. Or we're going to start off by making a empty. We're going to set it to 0, 0, 0. Dang, why is this camera so far away? Is that how far it's supposed to be? Like, I don't think the camera was that far back. It says this here, but like, let's go back into our test scene. If we enter play mode, does it say that far away? There's no way, right? I mean, obviously its position gets set immediately after, but like, just want to see what happens. Also, it's generating this stupid visual scripting again. Why is it doing that? Okay, maybe it really just wants to create it. Sure, whatever. I'm not gonna judge it. Also, why is there no light here? Was it the first one created, maybe? That's weird. It's strange. Did the orders get flipped around or something? If I go ahead and die, will it do it? It might actually have flipped it because, yeah, I guess because I created a new grave. That's why it changed it. Oh yeah, I need to actually check the camera position. That's why I came here. Yeah, the camera position gets moved way up. Like 2.5 there, but more importantly, this is like -20, so yeah. Let's go ahead and change that in here. We'll change this to 0, change this to -20. And here we'll reset these values here. Oh, and it didn't reset it from there, reset it from there because it's stupid, okay. Reset property. You're really funny. Alright. You win, you win. Delete the camera. And add in the camera. There you go. Aren't you a funny little funny man? Make sure nothing broke. Yep, we're all good. Alright, back into scenes. Main. Save. First of all, where's my camera? Here's my camera. Is there a way to reset the properties to the thing that I want to reset it to? Reset position? No, that just resets it there because it's stupid and idiotic. Prefab overrides. Why can't I just reset this? Why can't I just... No. Set it back to the way... Properties. Maybe that? No. Reset? No. You just can't reset it. Okay, sure. Screw you. He wants to reset. Well, he has a prefab that's already set to a specific thing. Clearly, he wouldn't want to go ahead and reset it to that. Whatever. Anyway, game object. We're going to add a tile set to it. Tile map. A tile map, and then we're also going to add a tile map collider 2D. So I guess now we're going to need to make a window 2D. Yeah, that's what I want for sure. Anyway, where's the thing that I actually want? The tile set. UI, no. Visual scripting, no. Definitely not. AI, no. 2D asset management, no. Analysis, no. Sequencing, audio, animation, no. Rendering, no. Wait, no. General, scene, no. Panels, no. You know, you'd think there would be a thing for tile maps, but I guess not. Why would you want that? So level 1 collision. Well, it might be because I'm not actually in 2D. No, that's not it. I think it's just stupid. Oh, you're in 2D. You're trying to put a 2D object in? Nah, we're not going to give you the 2D objects. That's material. But don't I need a tile map? I guess first things first, I should go ahead and create the actual tile set that I'll be using for just basic testing. Just so I can test like level geometry before I actually make the level geometry in Unity, or in Blender, I mean. So let's go ahead and make a basic tile set, I guess. So open up GIMP. I'm gonna make it new. This is gonna be a very simple tile set. I think I'm gonna make it so it is. I need 4 corners and I need the thing. I need the centerpiece. Do I want to make a ceiling tile? I mean, I might as well. I'll make a. But then I have to make wall tiles, which honestly are fine. All right, whatever. I'll make 8 tiles. And the best way to do that would be by having a 3x3 grid in each tile. I'll just make 16. So 16 by 16. Or 16 times 3. So 48. Alright. Oh, wait. I'm not... There we go. Alright, I'm going to change this back into this. So we're going to have 16 different... Or 8 different 16 by 16 tiles. So let's go ahead and make a layer. Let's edit the layer properties. We're going to set its size. Where's size? Wait, where's the size attribute? I guess I have to go to layer, and then it's gonna be like layer size. Scale layer. So we're gonna make this 16 by 16. Nice. Except I don't want it to be directly in the middle. Actually, it being directly in the middle is fine. So we're going to make this 4. Oh yeah, I guess we do need this. We're going to change this to be a purple. Just a regular debug texture. So we're going to do this. Boom, 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 boom. Why is it not correct? Layer. Layer, I guess crop the content, sure. Alright, switch over to purple. Alright, cool. New layer. And this is also going to be 16 by 16. That actually does create it in the center or on the side. I just want to see, if I go diagonally down, is this in the right spot? No, it's not, because it's stupid or something. Okay, sure. Whatever. Anyway, so this top left corner will make a slant. Well, first I guess we should go ahead and change the layer. Scale layer. Alright, I guess it has to be 15 by 15. Alright, but then that's just going to be... Why is this off by 1 now? I guess I can move it by 1. There we go. Alright, cool. Anyway, so we're going to go ahead and start by going down here. We don't actually have a full square here, so I'm not going to do that. I'm going to go switch over to purple. Alright, now we can go back to this. And we'll just make this 1. Just like that. Add in slopes. Obviously, we can have any size slope, but we'll just start with this for now. Here, I can just select this entire thing. Control C, Control V. Make this a new layer. We're going to go ahead and rotate it. Control R. Shift R. There we go. So we're going to rotate it by 90. Nice. Why did it do that? No, please rotate it not terribly now. $90. Alright, rotate. Okay, so it's gonna be stupid if I rotate it like that. Sure, screw you too, Gimp. Fine, we'll make it by scratch again. Whatever, who cares? It's only my time you're wasting. Can I do this? I can do it. It's nice. So we have 3 per stair segment or whatever. Just like that. And now we can switch back to 4. There we go. So now we're going to go ahead and grab this. I guess we can't control D it. We can't duplicate it like in Blender. Oh, so that's what I'm thinking. So you can't normally scroll. It's just if you can't scroll past the boundaries, you have to then use middle click. That's stupid. You know, I like that GIMP is open source and everything's pretty good, but it can definitely be frustrating. Okay, that's not going to work because of course not. Sure, screw you too. New layer, set it to 15 like always. Thanks for that. Thanks for that. Now can I move the layer? Thank you. Also wrong thing. Alright, and then we're going to go ahead and go to 1 pixel. Shift B for bucket. Great. Alright, guess bucket just doesn't work. Sure. Why not? That's funny and all. Yep, just doesn't work. Ah, GIMP. What a great program, except for when it's not a great program, and then it's the most frustrating thing in the world. Image, can I crop content, please? Okay, it does at least understand that. Good. Alright, we're just gonna copy and paste this. I know that it's not gonna do anything, but at the very least, you know. Actually, I'll copy and paste this one. Control C, Control V. Control Z. Alright, now when I... There we go. Alright, let's go here now. This might have actually been a bad idea. Oh, I already messed up. Yeah, I'm just gonna completely destroy this. I don't care. Alright, now we can go ahead and actually make stuff. Bam. Alright, set this back to 4. Thankfully, that's the last time we don't have to do that. So now we can go do this. Bam, 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 bam. And swap this over to pink. Obviously, these textures won't be in the actual game. I'm just using them so I can make the collision of the level before I make the visuals. And then I'll make the visuals wrap around it. Make them look all pretty. Copy, paste, put it over here. We're going to go ahead and I think what I'm going to do for these, which are the sides, is I'm going to change it to 2. That's not the right direction. There we go. So now clearly, because I set the size to 2, it's going to be a size of 2, right? What? No, it's not. You lied to me? What? I think I see a problem. Why are the pixels 3 pixels large? 1, 2, 3. You know, I'm not sure what it is, but I don't think that's how it should work. Alright, I guess I have a free pixel thing then. I guess... Oh, I should have seen that when I was doing these. Oh well. It's not the end of the world. Alright, so next we're going to go ahead and copy and paste this again. Control C, Control V. Alright. Now we're going to go ahead and do this. There we go. Copy this one again. Oh wait, we should just be able to hit Control V. What am I doing? Yeah. Alright. Put in this. There we go. Control V. Move this down here. There we go. That'll do. That'll do. Now, one thing I kind of want to try to do is I want to add in a barrier for each block for sides that it should be touching other blocks on. So we'll make this a dark purple. So for instance, here it would be on all sides. Then if we go over here, it should be on this side. This is just to also give me more clarity on what sizes are what. So we're gonna do this like this. Oh, I just realized we don't have normal corners. That's annoying. We have slopes in all directions, but we don't have normal corners. Those aren't that hard to make. Also, we can just do this to make my life a little easier. Next is up here. Yeah, I should make the corners as well, to be honest. Alright, cool. That'll do. Now I just need to add 4 more things, which makes this annoying. So right now we have 9 textures. We need 4 more, which means we're going to need to do, that means it's going to be 13. I could do 7 and 2. I might as well just make it 3 and 5 though. File. Or image. Where's the scale? Scale. So we're going to go ahead and add on, you know, well, since we have 3 per block, 3, 6, 9, 12, 15. So we're going to go ahead and add on 2. So we're going to add on 30. Oh, no. Image. Oh, canvas size. There we go. Layer, layer to image size. All right, layer to image size. There we go. So let's go ahead and copy. Make a new thing up here. Alright. There we go. Now for this one, it's gonna be like this. Fill in that. I'm not gonna make it a hard edge though. I'm gonna go ahead and remove a little bit. Let's go ahead and remove this. I'm not sure if it's a little too much, but I'm gonna do. No, that'll work. That makes a soft enough corner, but it's not too soft, I don't think. Also, I should probably move this down to here, so that way I actually have room. Control V, Control Z, Control Z. I also forgot to do this. N, S, no, N. How do I get that? Get the purple. There's got to be a way to rotate this without, you know, rotating it. Shift R, rotate. What does readjust do? No, did not work. Rotate. -90. No, you can't just do it. Damn it. Why there isn't just a way to, like, rotate something by hard angles? I don't know. That's dumb. Whatever. Alright, might as well delete this. Go grab the center block again. Oh, wait, but the center block has purple now, so now it doesn't work. I should be able to do this, though. WV. There we go. Yeah, if you press WV on your keyboard, it'll bring up a clipboard. Did I say on your clipboard? If you press WV on your clipboard? If I did, I'm stupid. Sorry about that. Copy that. Alright, now let's go ahead and edit it. Start off by editing these. Like that. Then we're going to go ahead and switch back to black. There we go. Alright, now let's go ahead and delete these 2 pixels. Then this pixel for a rounded corner. There we go. Control V. Move this up. There we go. New. Alright, so N, draw out the lines again. There we go. Swap to purple. Alright, there we go. just one more piece. Alright, so we gotta have purple first. Bam. Whoops. This goes to here. Now we switch to black. Alright, and then we're gonna go ahead and remove this. There we go. Nice. And there we go. Pretty good tile set. So file, export as. Recently used. Gimmicks. Bring this up. Assets. Level geometry. We're going to call this debug texture. Or debug tile set. Tile map. Debug tile map texture. I'm just going to say debug tile map actually. Export. There we go. So now if we go into level geometry, we have this. We go ahead and try to bring this into the world. We can't. Let's start off by going ahead and saying alpha is transparency. There we go. Then we can go to non-power of 2. What? Anyway, filter, point no filter, and then compression none. Now we should be able to. Okay, so this just opens it in a thing. Not really what I want. So what I need to do now is I need to be able to say, hey, open this as a tile map. Properties. This is just the import settings again. Could I do this down here? Asset bundle, obviously none. That's compression level, I guess. Texture type. Sprite maybe work. (2D array, maybe? I've done this before a couple of times, but it's always weird the way that you have to do it in Unity. So columns, there's 5. Rows, there's 3. Oh, what happens if I apply? That does not look right. Default, can we please have maybe sprite? Sprite mode, multiple. Pixels per unit, 15. Mesh type. sprite editor. No sprite editor branches. Alright, 2D sprite package. Maybe this is why we weren't able to do it. Assets. Import new package. Nope. If I go here to where's get packages? Although why is there jobs burst? Package manager, there we go. Before we do that, let's go ahead and make sure we're going ahead and getting the right thing. Sprite editor, no sprite editor, get the 2D sprite package. 2D sprite, here we go. I guess we should probably get tile map as well. Because we're gonna have to make a tile map. I'm surprised this isn't included. I hope this isn't too much in terms of space. I'm assuming no. Alright, so this should be good for now. Now we should be able to go into sprite editor. There we go. Sprite editor. So we're going to call this debug tile map 0. Pixel size is going to be 15 by 15. Slice. So yeah, there we go. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I'm not going to rename them. Apply. There we go. Make sure we apply this. And yeah, now we have all these sprites. Alright, so this just gives us the whole image. Okay, yeah, these look fine. So now we have to make a tile map. So we should be able to go now to 2D, create 2D tile palette. There we go. I guess rectangular. We're going to call this debug tile map. Not what I wanted. Oh, I saw something though. Open tile palette. So here we need to make a new palette. Create new palette. We're going to call this debug palette. There's one L. Grid, rectangle, that's correct. Cell size, automatic. Actually, I'm just going to say automatic. Sort mode. Sure. Skeletower, level geometry. Alright, so now what can I do? So I have something here now. Can I drag this in? Ah. Okay, I think this is good. Level 1 collision. Find it. Of course, it's an empty thing, so I can't actually see what it is. Put me back in regular mode. There we go. Let's go ahead and give this an icon. This is gonna be the center of the screen. I'm just gonna make it blue. I don't care. Welcome back, Travis Evilman. Glad you can make it back. As you can see, I made a default tile set for this. Why does this have me zoom out so far? I don't know. If I did that... Oh, that's a rotation. Alright, so let's try the tile palette. So now if we go ahead and this is paint with the active brush. Nothing. Okay, good. That's actually not good. I have no idea why I did that. The tile map. Can we edit the tile map? You know, I think that'd be really cool. Is there like an edit mode for this? Tile map renderer? Material sprites default. Sort order. Sure. Any ideas for my game? Think of someone, something. So why is there an animation frame rate? What the hell? Alright, also, first of all, go back into level geometry. First of all, we're going to put all this into its own folder. We're going to call this debug tile map. Maybe I need a grid? I don't know. Like, I need a tile map, but I can't create a tile map for some reason. I mean, I'd love to create one. But, you know, I just can't. Won't let me. Maybe you have to be in 2D or something? Level 1 collision. Yeah, that's active target. I'm using a debug palette, but it won't show up. Focus on tile map? On grid? What? No. Alright, so let's see. Can this actually work? That's the question. Can the thing do what it needs to do? Because that's what I'm telling it to do specifically. Wait. That looked like it might have actually done something. Maybe. So we go ahead and grab this. We do something like this. And then we start painting. Can we start painting with this? No. I have to remember back to when I was making the Mario remake. So we should be facing this way. This should be correct. And we should be able to do it from 2D, I think. I'm looking at this in the inspector. I have to select this. Yeah, it's not rotated at all. It's not scaled. Orientation, X, Y. Tile anchor, it's all that. Animation frame rate, I don't know why it has that. That shouldn't be there. You know, it'd be really funny. Wait, tile map collider 2D. If I go to 2D, if I go to 2D, if I go to 2D, or tile map, there we go. Okay, I am right. I was thinking it'd be like, oh, tile map is 3D. Wouldn't that be funny? Physics 2D. There should be a combined collider. But I don't know. So let's think about it this way. Layer overrides, that shouldn't be needed. Info shouldn't be needed. Contacts also shouldn't be needed. There's no rigid body on this because these tiles shouldn't be moving. Tile map renderer, you have a tile map. This is not a tile map, this has a grid in it. I think. I think that's the way you say it. And these are all elements. Is it that this isn't being rendered by the full renderer? Oh, that might be it. Wait, no. Because this is all still under the default layer, so it should be rendered by the default layer. Let me look up tile maps. See if there's any information. Unity tile maps. Tile map component stores and manages tile assets for creating 2D levels. It transfers the required information from the tiles placed on it to other related components such as the tile map renderer and the tile map collider 2D. The editor package automatically installed when you create a project with a 2D template. I didn't create this in the 2D template, that might be my project. But I got it through the package manager. And I have a tile palette here. So we should just be able to select this thing, right? We select this thing, then we go into tile palette, and then we should be able to start painting on it. We have a grid selection. I don't want to modify the tile map, I want to draw with this thing. That's why I selected it. But I can't paint on here for some reason. Maybe it's because I didn't actually make it a object? Maybe it's because I added all these components to it? Let's see if I can do this now. 2D object, tile map, rectangular. Ah, there we go. Level 1 collision. That's my problem. I guess it doesn't have a parent. And now we have the grid. Now we can make stuff. Let's go. So let's go ahead and make a very basic area. We're going to do that. Do that. Boom. 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 Then we can fill in this whole area, and there we go. Basic area done. Now what we need to do is we need to add in a player. First of all, we want to make sure that this actually has collision. It has a renderer, but it doesn't have collision, I don't think. If we look at grid, this, yeah, it doesn't have it. So we need a physics 2D. I'm not sure if it's actually this or not. It might not be. Let me try tile map first. Tile map 2D collider. And then we'll also add in a skeleton. We'll add in a player. Player. There we go. There's only one player, so let's try making another one. So he starts at 0, 0, 0. We'll make him start at 3, 0, 0, 0. Now we should be able to control them. We cannot. Why can we not control them? Maybe it's because I don't have a game manager or something. Let me go ahead and save this scene and go ahead and see what I'm missing. The good news is we won't have to do this every single scene because, like Poco, I'm going to be building these levels, which is going to be nice. So grave, main camera, that has a script on it. Game manager, tweener. I guess I don't have this. Ground parent, don't need that. Player 1 and player are just that. Input controller. This I guess is really what I need. I'll put that under the game manager. And I'll assign a icon to this. I'll give this one a blue circle. So let's go ahead and put this in default. Assets, general scripts. We'll just throw it in here. So we have game manager. There we go. Now back in my other scene. Scenes, main, save. Here we can throw in this. Where is it? Where is it? Default, general scripts. There we go. Now we should be able to move around on this. Now, one thing I did notice when I made Mario is that you collided with tiles often. Also, these tiles are, yeah, like there. If you don't have a lot of speed and you try to go over a tile, it's really easy to get stuck. Yeah, like right now I'm stuck on this little tile. Now there should be an easy way to fix this, but first of all, let me go ahead and increase the area a little bit. This is very stifling, I guess is a word you can say. So let's go ahead and extend this out to like here. We'll go ahead and make a little ramp here. There we go. I'm pretty sure what we need is a composite collider. But for now, I'll just add in this little bit of extra room just to do some more testing. I do think it's kind of neat that, you know, this whole level is 2D and we have 3D models on top of it. I don't know, I just think that's a little cool. So yeah, we have this. Oh. This is a little bit of an issue. If we go ahead and look at this, you can see that each individual stair has a it has a top of the stair, so you're always going to get caught on it. The fawning mesh? Does not seem to do anything. composite collider. I think this is actually going to make the entire level fall when I do this. Or I'll fall through the level. Yeah. Because there's rigid bodies here. We're going to set that to kinematic. Or static, actually. So there we go. So yeah, this uses a composite collider. So this is all one collider. One slight issue though is obviously, yeah, you get stuck on the stairs. But that's because the stairs are using a really weird collider. Fusion collider, shape of each tile by this amount, helping with compositing fine gaps. So yeah, Dalanui mesh not really working. I wish I could just change this one tile's collider. Hmm. Unity tile map, slopes. Wait, if that's lagging, is this still getting good? Oh, it is still getting good data. I have some 16 by 16 tiles. Back in the sprite editor. Alright, so what I need to do is apparently this. I need to go to, first of all, I can close visual scripting because that appeared again. Debug tile map. I go here, sprite editor. It says, edit physics shape, custom physics shape. Ah, there's more settings. Alright, please let me actually put that there. So apply. Um, Save. And it did not take my new thing. Alright, cool. Um, okay, so it is actually editing it for that thing. But for some reason it's not actually working. Alright, so now we can do this one, I think. It's weird that there's no like remove vertice option. You'd think that'd be very obvious to put in, but I guess not. Also, it would appear that my Mario Kart 7 OST is over. This is a sad day. Not really a sad day, it's pretty fine. Honestly, about average. So yeah, apply. Let's see, will it actually accept this apply or not? Let's see. Nope, it's still using this thing. Let's see what happens if I turn off composite. Of course, I can't just turn off composite. That would make my life easy. Thankfully, it looks like I can already tell that it wouldn't really help anything. Actually, what the hell's going on? No. Why are there all of these weird overlaps? Um, Chunk, none, sorting layer, layer mask. Great. That does nothing. Material is trigger, used by effector, used by composite. So yeah, composite collider is the way to go, but for some reason, it's still way too wrong. Like it's not actually taking in the custom thing that I said. Maybe it's because the grid is still using the wrong thing. Cell sizing, manual, sort mode, whatever. Let's see about this now. I can't really tell, or looks like it didn't change anything. Let's see what happens if I hit play, because it has to recalculate stuff now. Also, I'm gonna go ahead and put on another OST. Let's put on the Mario Kart Wii OST. We'll just keep on going older and older Mario Karts until I run out. So yeah, it did not recalculate it, doesn't look like. Now, why is it not recalculating it? I don't know. It just feels like it, you know? Alright, so tile map collider, tile map renderer. What about grid? Is it anything to do with that? Doesn't look like it. Let's see. What does he say? That worked. Hmm. So it looks like I can reset here. If I reset the tile map. Oh. Well, let's see if it works now. Okay, so now it's generating it correctly. Looks like. I like this perspective camera angle. I think it's neat. Just a neat view into the game. Obviously, you'll never see it in the actual game because it's going to be, or you might see perspective, but if you do, it will make sense because it is a 3D game. It's just a mesh here of 2D and 3D. It's neat. All right, cool. And yeah, that'll do. Looks like it works. If we go back to the inspector, and yeah, it's doing the composite, so yeah. Let's see if it works. It does not. If I'm already going up a slope, it works. But if I'm not, it does not. And why is that? Is it because it changes? That's probably honestly it, to be completely honest. So composite collider, generate type, is that vertex distance? Offset distance, edge radius. Let's try increasing this a little bit. See if that does anything. My guess on why this is happening is because it's hitting the slope and it's not having the and it's still using non-slope speed. And that looks like it is the answer. Oh boy, this means in order to fix this, we're going to have to access our movement controller. Hooray! We're going to have to fix our player controller. as our player controller in the detect ground or whatever control that I have. Set ground variable. If hit collider tag player, it sets that to ground. So while I'm moving, if players fixed update player state vector to current direction is that. So first thing I need to do is I need to detect. I need to just change how I'm detecting the angle between ground and me. Where do I get to normal? Case type ground. Where do I get ground normal? Is that just a thing up here? It is. Ugh. But where am I getting ground normal? And set ground variable. Great. So I'm doing a raycast hit 2D. No, I am doing a box cast all. So we have a slight problem on our hands. The issue is simple. The problem is that there's two cases. Either we are right next to a slope and we need to detect that we're right next to a slope in order to get the right speed so we go up it, or we have to go ahead and the problem is if we increase the width of our check on if we're touching ground or not is the problem is that gets messed up. Because if we're falling through air and we're touching a wall, we're not touching the ground, but we are touching a wall. So it'll be able to detect it and say, oh, you're touching the ground, and you're able to jump again. And you can technically get like infinite jumps that way or something. Which obviously is not what I want. So I can't make it larger, I don't think. I mean, I can try. I mean, I guess what I can do. I guess I can first check if I hit ground, and if I hit ground, I can go ahead and then I can detect the next thing. So I'm just going to go ahead and say I basically have to copy this entire thing. No, I don't. Raycast, hit 2D, larger, or check for slopes. slopes equal. Also, it should be an array. So here we're going to basically do the same thing. And then we're going to say for each raycast hit 2D ground in check slopes. Here we're just going to set ground normal to normal. Now, why am I doing this? Well, now I can make this box larger. Essentially, I do the less check first, which basically allows it to tell, hey, you're hitting ground. Now, if you're right next to a wall, it won't detect that wall because it's a smaller check. But if there's ground directly underneath you, it'll be able to say, oh, you're touching ground. And then it'll do a larger check and be like, oh yeah, and right next to you is a slope, so give me the larger slope value. Instead of 0.99f, we're going to increase that to we're going to make that like 1.01f. And we're not using hit normal, we're using ground normal. And then we're going to break. But of course, this needs to have an if statement. That is, if ground wait, no. Oh, wait, no, because then it would be hitting a player. Okay, so yeah, I need to make sure it's not. That actually works. Actually, no, it doesn't. I need to change this to ground. You know, I always put parentheses or curly brackets, but technically I don't need it for this. Because when you have an if statement like this, it always takes the next line. But if you put curly brackets, it lets you have more than one line. I'm going to put it here just because I am very much a person who likes good code. This sounds like an ASMR stream. That's basically what I think it is. You know, it's not like I'm doing some crazy challenge. I'm mostly just, you know, working. I will say the streams are enticing me to work more on this sort of stuff. I like doing this. Anyway, so now it'll go ahead and it first makes sure that whatever you're hitting isn't this object, and then it'll go ahead and do this. So now what I can do is save that, and now you should be able to detect it. Let's see what happens. I have absolutely no idea if this will actually work or not, but it should, because oh. So it didn't like that. Good to know. Well, first of all, what is this? I think I changed that. Yeah, I think I just changed this. .99. Wait, but that should have actually worked. What am I saying? Um, for each ground in check slopes, if oh, that's a problem. I forgot to put a break in here. .01. That should fix it. The problem was because I didn't have the break in the if statement, it was first detecting, oh, it does a box cast all, but it does it inside the player. It starts inside the player. So the first thing it hits is the player itself. So the first thing it checks is, oh, am I myself? And it sees, oh, yes, I am. So it doesn't try. It doesn't actually set anything. It doesn't set a normal vector. And then it goes ahead and just quits. It breaks. So that value gets set to non-number and then it just breaks. So yeah, this should fix it. Yeah. And yeah, now we can run up slopes, kind of. It is having some issues. But yeah, slopes work now completely, pretty much. You do kind of mess up, though. Because you get some air at the top, that's a little problematic. What am I going to do about that? First of all, I'm going to increase this a little bit more. I'm going to make it 1.05. So how do I detect when to snap yourself down to the ground? Also, whoa. Ah, that's another problem that I'm going to have to fix. So the problem here is that because my speed is based on that. Because my speed is based on whether I'm going with the slope or against the slope. If I'm going with the slope, my speed is much higher, or I should say, if I'm going up a slope, my speed is higher to compensate for the fact that I'm going up a slope. So I'm actually moving a lot faster. However, because I'm going uphill, it doesn't translate to that. Now it just looks normal. The same is true for going down a slope. I slow you down. I'm also angling your, the angle that you go in down the slope. That way, your speed is reduced, but you're still moving about the same speed because obviously you're going down a slope. This causes a problem though, now that I've implemented this thing that essentially checks for the lowest height, because now the normal vector that it's choosing is, even though I'm here and I'm only on top of the ground, it's still trying to essentially drill me further into the ground, which doesn't work because I'm no longer going down a slope, I'm on flat ground. Now the way to fix this is actually not that complicated. All we really need to do is just go here to ground normal. Now this is a vector 2, so I can't just compare that. I guess I technically can. Okay. So what we're going to do is we're going to make a ground normal 2, or I'm going to call it ground normal slope. And what this is going to do is now I'm going to come back down here to ground normal, to where I find ground normal. Where is ground normal? I would like ground normal, please. Where is ground normal? I would like ground normal. Where is it? No, this is update. Where is ground normal? Here it is. So here I set ground normal to ground normal. Incorrect. Here I'm going to set ground normal slope to ground normal. And before that, here, when this is actually set like here, I'm going to set ground normal to this. Ground normal equals hit collider, or yeah, hit dot game object. Wait, no, hit dot normal. Hit dot normal. There we go. Now what I'm going to do is up here in fixed update, when I'm actually choosing how I move, here I go ahead and where do I use normal? So angle between gravity direction and curve direction is that current scale. Ground angle of normal is gravity direction ground normal. Do I use ground normal at all before this? Does not look like it. Alright, so we have angle of normal is angle between gravity direction and ground normal. I mean, I guess I could do angle of slope normal too and just get both of these things. Clamped angle equals math pi 2 math pi. Oh, if it's greater than math pi, which means you have a really large angle. Let me see something. Starting a vector. Okay, so that's counterclockwise specifically. I wasn't sure if it went negative or not. So clamped angle equals clamped angle is greater than math pi. So if that clamped angle is greater than half of full rotation, so if I'm going, you know, let's say I'm holding right and I'm going right, current direction is going to be right, right? And ground normal is down, normally. So that's going to be a 270-degree thing. So then it's going to actually flip it. So it's going to say 2 times math pi minus clamped angle. So that's actually going to flip it back to 90. It's going to say, hey, you have a 90-degree angle. Then it's going to say clamped angle is 2 times clamped angle minus pi, math pi. How do I get current direction? Oh, current direction equals vector math, angle vector, current direction, angle of normal. And then current direction. So yeah, that does that. So I need a way to basically confirm, hey, is the way that you're going let's open up Paint really quickly. So let's say we have 3 cases. We have a slope. So we have 6 cases actually. We have a slope and you're moving to the right. And obviously we have ground here. So we have slope and ground, and you're moving to the right. So in this case, it should be using the ground. Actually, I'm just going to write out all these cases first. So second, we have flat ground. That actually doesn't matter. I'm not going to deal with flat ground. So we're going to take this, then we're going to make this. So here you're moving to the right. Here you're moving to the right. Next, we're going to do basically the same thing, except you're moving to the left. So here you're moving to the left. So when you're moving to the right here, it should choose this slope. And when you're moving to the right here, it should choose this slope. When you're here, it should choose the left slope. And here it should choose this left slope. So one thing to note is that if we have this slope like this, right? Our current direction is this. The normal that we are trying to get is this. The normal that we don't care about is this. So we want to take the larger angle in this case. Similarly, if we have this case where we're going right. Yeah, I think this is our answer. Because the normal we don't want to take is like this, and a normal that we do want to take, or no, that is the normal we want to take. And the normal we don't want to take is the one that's like this. So we want to go this way. We do not want to take this one, but we do want to take this one. Now at this point, we can start at current and then go ahead and go counterclockwise. However, when we're going to the left, I'm going to start with this one. So in this case, we're going to the left. We want to go counterclockwise from here. So in this case, we should be using the 90-degree one. instead of this one. However, actually no. No, this actually still works out. No it doesn't actually. Because it goes counterclockwise. So we can't start with current direction. I guess we can still math pi it. Then obviously just to keep my bases, we're going to go ahead and say on this case, we want to use this slope, which has this large of a normal compared to the regular ground, which has a normal of this, which is 90 degrees versus 135. Okay, so how do we solve this now? So we get angle of normal there, which is angle between there. And then we get clamped angle like that. Oh wait, don't I already find is right? And that's with the current direction, right? Yeah, gravity direction, current direction is less than math pi. Alright, so what I can do is I can say if is right, then it's one way, and if it's not, then it's the other. So we're going to start by making a vector 2 normal to use. And we're going to say it equals so we're going to have to do 3 ternaries if I do this all in ternaries. So we're just going to say to use. So then we're going to say if is right, then normal to use equals vector math dot angle between, not angle vector, I said angle between, and we're going to be finding our first vector is going to be, when we're to the right, our current direction. And then our second vector is going to be the normal. So compare this to normal direction. The ground normal. So if that's greater than slope normal, honestly, I'm just going to make this float normal 1 or angle 1. Yeah, sure, I'll just call it angle 1 equals that. Then we're going to go ahead and do the same thing. Float angle 2 equals, except this is going to be slope. There we go. So if angle 1 is greater than angle 2, then we're going to go ahead and use ground normal. Else, use ground normal slope. There we go. And then we can say else nah, I should actually flip them. No, I'm just gonna do this. It's easier this way. Alright. So now... Actually, no, it won't do anything because I didn't actually use normal to use. Normal to use. Change this to normal to use. And now it should work. And as you can see, it's choosing the right one. There's a little bit of slowdown when you get when you start walking up the slope. Obviously, you still have this sort of pop when you get to the top of a slope. I kind of want to fix that. That is also a glitch. Why is that happening? Oh, because I don't have it set to ground, probably. Yeah, layer is that. We can set that to ground, and we can set this to ground. Yeah, there we go. Neat. Let's go ahead and add on a leftward tile, just so we can check that. It would suck if that, was broken as well. So we're just gonna go over here. 3. Alright, just doodle something out. Alright, nice. That looked a little weird. I guess it's fine. Yeah, I'm checking this. That works. There's still some downtime where you, like, when you hit a slope. What in the world? How am I getting, like... Oh, we get them hitting the player. I see. That's a bug. That's still weird, though. It's not equal to player. And that should fix that bug. No, you're still getting stuck. What? Why do you get stuck? Does player 2 get stuck as well? Yeah, it does. That is very weird. I think I'm going to increase the slope detection a little bit. Let's try that. Yeah, I don't get why. Why do you get stuck? It's only when the other player is stationary. It's only when you're on the right. When you're on the... Or when you're on the left. When you're on the right, it works perfectly fine. I guess I don't need this, and this game object is not game object because you're always going to be a player. Wait. This is player 1 now, isn't it? No, its tag is still player. The layer gets set to player 1 though, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, player 1 and heart 1, whatever. If hit collider, game object.tag is not player. Could it possibly be hitting those? No, because you don't break apart. Like, even if you are hitting the player with your raycast, it shouldn't be doing anything because it'll be saying, hey, this is a player, not... And it just won't do anything. Oh, wait. I see the problem. I'm comparing strings with dot equals, or I wasn't comparing them with dot equals, I was using equal equal, or not equal. Same thing. So if I was comparing their locations, not the actual thing, and then it was still getting the same thing. When you compare a string, you have to compare it with dot equals, which actually compares the contents of the string. Otherwise, it'll just compare the memory address where the string is. Something's wrong with this. I can't really put my finger on it. Why the hell are they moonwalking? Like, it just doesn't make sense. Because first of all, the slopes are only like 45 degrees apart. Like, let me try using ground normal. Let's see if that fixes it. If it's because I'm using the normal slope or whatever. Or if it's just causes them to moonwalk all the time. I honestly don't know. That's really weird though. I guess they should be moonwalking all the time because it should be hitting no slope. No, they're working normally now. So it's kind of working. So it's working except for the slopes because, as you'd expect, now I'm not taking in slope information. So how do we fix this? Well, first of all, what's happening if I don't have any... If I don't have anything? I feel like it has to be this. For each hit and hit, basically, if hit collider dot game object dot tag is not equal to player, the tags aren't being set to player. That's the issue. Wait, no, the tag is player. Yeah. The tag is player. Why the hell is it being stupid? I mean, clearly the problem is it's hitting something stupid. But what is it hitting that is so stupid that makes it moonwalk? Like, my first idea would be that it's hitting, like, the underside of a block or something. I don't know. But even that doesn't make sense because it's still a raycast. It's still, you know, going down. Let's try ground normal slopes. So now it's always going to use ground normal slope, which by all accounts should normally be the exact same as ground. The only time it shouldn't be is when you're right next to a slope, where it'll then choose the slopes value. However, now I'm moonwalking for some reason. Why? I don't know. Heck, I'm moonwalking down slopes as well. Not moonwalking up them, though. Alright, so we do that. Can't go up. So for some reason, ground normal slope is always backwards. Why is that? That explains it. That's ground. That was hit, not ground. So it was using the wrong object. Still doesn't really explain it because... Oh, wait, no, it does. Because it's actually hitting the player, but because... Oh, technically hit is not player. Yeah, that's why. Okay, now it's fixed. The problem is... It was being a little silly goose. It was this statement right here. So, Hit was not player. However, ground was player. But because hit wasn't player, it didn't care, so it did this anyway, which went ahead and set the ground's normal slope to the player, the normal of the player, which is like negative, I'm guessing is what it got, or something along those lines. Either way, the wrong thing. We can just leave it at that. So next, what we need to do is instead of ground normal slope, we're obviously going to change that to normal to use. Dang, it's 2:30. I should actually probably go to bed. I'm going to do a little bit more though. So now the slopes should work when they connect. They do. It's a little janky, or you still like sort of interact. But it's better. Now one thing I can do that would fix this issue is if I'm on a slope and then I'm not on a slope, which I can detect, in that case I can immediately snap the direction of my velocity to that slope, or I can snap it to not the slope. So one thing I need to do is I need to make a variable called wasOnSlope up here. So we're gonna make private bool wasOnSlope. And we're just gonna say that's false. So now, whenever we move, so here when we go ahead and basically determine whether we're going to use the normal slope or not, what we can do is we can actually set our velocity here. So we can say if angle 1 is greater than angle 2, in this case, you're on the ground. So if you are on the ground, and was on slope. So if you are on the ground now and you were on a slope, now was on slope is false. Nah. What I'm gonna do is outside of this. Right before I do this, I do this. If normal or ground normal equals slope normal. Wait. No, because ground normal can also equal slope normal, damn it. Dang it. Because most of the time they're the same value. Alright, so what I'm hoping is set to false here. How do I get it normally? I guess it's just a... Actually, something I might be able to do is if I can do was on... Instead of doing was on slope, I can do last normal. I'm going to make this a vector 2. Or last current direction, I can do that. That'd probably be smarter. Last current direction. There we go. So now I can say if current direction is different from this last current direction, I know that I'm now either on a slope or I'm not on a slope now. Or I'm turning around. Also, let me go ahead and put on some more music. I'm surprised the Mario Kart Wii OST was only an hour. Kind of surprising. All right, Mario Kart 64 time. Mario Kart 64 OST, which is also an hour. Neat. All right, so now what I can do is say, if current direction well, do I even need this? I should just be able to say, um, player rigid body dot velocity equals um, for vector map. When I say angle vector, okay. So that's not normalized, so that's good. So vector math dot angle vector. And we're going to be passing in the original vector, which is going to be player rigid body dot velocity. And we're going to be angling it by vector math dot angle between. And the original thing is going to be curve direction original last curve. I'm not going to call it curve direction or dir. I'm going to call it direction. So angle between last current direction and this new current direction. There we go. And obviously we need to update last current direction. Cool. So now, if we go off, a ramp, our last current direction should equal current direction now. So we should lose all of our height from it. We shouldn't go flying now. And yet, it is not. And that's still stuttering. It would appear that this is also being dumb. So we're supposed to be angling vector. This returns a vector 2, which is also that. So we angle vector, or angling vector 2 rigid body, the velocity of that. And we're angling it by angle between. Which takes in a float, which is the last direction that you were going in. And oh. Okay, I see the problem. The problem's really simple. I never set co-direction, last co-direction equals vector 2 dot 0. There we go. So now it just starts off as vector 2.0. And you might be thinking, well, right after that, you set it. However, yes, well, I set it right after. It always gets there and it's an error, so then it just throws an exception and it doesn't do it. I feel like I'm getting weird speed off of this. Yeah, like when I turn around, it's a really fast turnaround. Yeah, that's kind of busted. It's sort of like super swimming from Wind Waker, and that is not an intentional movement bug that I want. Velocity assigned to player 1 is not valid, and put velocity is not a number, not a number. Yeah. I guess one thing I could do is this. Last slope position. Last slope. And this will be normal. Then down here, what I can do is I can say velocity is between this normal and the last normal. And normal slope. Ground normal slope. Ground normal slope. This way, if the slope direction changes out from under you, you can tell. Does not like it. I think part of it is that I'm not hitting it soon enough. Set ground variable. Here I have it as 1.05. Let's add that to 1.1. Just so it has a little bit more time. I think it's because... Oh no, it's when they first start moving. I'm still bouncing though. Like what should be happening is I go over this ledge and my velocity is up and to the left, but then it gets rotated to be left because, you know, like if my velocity is up left, it should then be set to left when I get to the top because um, my slope, normal will go from being upright to being up. So why isn't it? Why is it instead that I still get this bounce? I don't know. Like, that's just weird. Angle vector. Ground normal slope. I mean, setting ground variable right there. As long as your state is normal. So I don't get where it's getting not a number. Oh, it might be because I'm like passing in 0, 0 or something into this function. But I thought it was the velocity setting. Yeah. Oh, input velocity is 0, 0? Oh, wait. Yeah, I guess it does start off as 0, 0. No, that should still work because even if you have a original vector of 0, 0, you're still passing in angle and you're getting the cosine of angle, angle. Yeah, I don't know. Oh well, I think I'm not gonna bother with this anymore. I'm just gonna remove this for now, I think. Last slope normal, I'm just gonna get rid of this. I'm not gonna bother. I mean, the slopes still work, it's just that they are a little annoying. I'm not gonna overuse slopes. Plus, I might fix them later. Damn. Oh, you can do that normally. I was about to say that was a crazy bounce, but no, it's just normal. I can't tell if that's higher or not. 1, 2, 1, 1, 2. No, it's about the same. I wonder if you can do that. Who knows? Yeah, I just wish that this would work a little nicer. I don't know. We'll see. Oh, wait. I just realized I want to test a wall really quickly. I want to make sure walls actually work now that I've done all this stuff with slopes. Because, like, if you hit a wall, like, if you're running up against a wall, maybe it'll flip it and say, oh, now you're going in a wrong direction or something stupid. Hold up. So let's go ahead and make a wall right here. Nice little wall. I might have broken some stuff. I just realized. There we go. Yeah, I did break it. Now whenever you go next to a wall, it has the possibility of just doing that. Set ground variable, here we are. So what I need to say is if something, this if statement's going to be basically if ground collider, if ground.normal is greater, or actually I can just use angle between. Vector math dot angle between so the first vector is going to be so compared to gravity, So it should be either less than that or greater than that. It is between gravity, direction, and yeah, ground.normal. So if this angle is so float angle equals so if angle is greater than, well, it has to be either less than 90 or it has to be greater than 270. This should fix my problem though. Because now when you go up to a wall, that wall will have a 90-degree angle. And yet, it still breaks. So let's go ahead and decrease this. We'll decrease this to 80. You're still vibrating up and down. Why? Oh, I decrease this. This should go up to 280. Alright. Also, it's free in the morning. I should really go to bed. I think I'm going to, once this bug is fixed. And of course, it's being dumb. Why? What do you mean this angle? Gravity is, the angle between this and the wall should be negative 90 or whatever. Yeah, I mean, the vector for gravity is going to be 0, -1. It's going to be down. Then the angle of the wall is, or the normal of the wall is 270 degrees from there. So going from, you know, -90 to 270, or I guess technically from -90 to 180. What do you know? Oh wait, maybe it's in radians. That would explain it. Is it in radians? That's the question. I guess. I have no idea. That would also explain why that was breaking, because I was probably using degrees. Let's look at something that uses this. angle vector. Let's say now, actually, it's less than pi over 2. Sorry, math.pi. What's the difference between math and mathf? I don't know, I'm just going to use math. Math pi divided by 2. And math pi math pi divided by 2 times 3. Now let's see. Unfortunately, due to floating point precision, some dumb stuff might happen. Cannot assign velocity. Isn't that a fun little thing? That's a funny way to lie. Alright, so why is it breaking? My guess is probably because ground normal slope is being stupid. I'm assuming it's not getting any values for ground normal slope. Here, we can just put a debug statement in here. Debug.log. Not log warning, I said log. And I'm going to say foo. So if this is true, we should get at least some foo here. But of course we're not. We're not getting anything that says foo. Why? I don't know. Oh, that's why. The problem is, normally, gravity's down, but the normal vector's up. So if the angle is 90, then it should be wrong. However, if the angle is 180, it should be fine. So I think I just need to flip these. There we go. And of course this is still broken. Hooray. What a funny joke. Oh, well, of course. Everything is either greater than math pi divided by 2 or less than 3 pi divided by 2. That covers literally everything. This has to be and now, because I flipped it. Because I changed that. And now it should work. Please just work. That's working. That's not working. Damn it. So my guess on why this is happening is due to floating point precision. Um, if you have, a normal vector of 1, 0, or a normal vector of -1, 0, and you're going from 1, 0 to -1, or 0, 1 to -1, 0, that's a 90-degree angle. Wait. So yeah, that's a 90-degree angle. So who knows? It might be slightly more than 90 degrees because floating point precision. As such, we have to fix that. So yeah, any walls that are too steep should be discarded. So let's say 1.1 times this. Let's say 0.9 times this. So now it just sort of closes in. You have to be closer to 180 degrees in difference. So V still work, however the wall doesn't anymore. Let's go, it works correctly. I said it doesn't work, but I meant like it doesn't like bump you up because the wall isn't correct. Neat. So yeah, we got tiles working. We made a tile set for it. We fixed some bugs, and we made it so you can go ahead and interact with slopes better now. It's still not perfect. We'll probably work on this next time. But other than that, lots of improvements. Yeah.